Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Darvanalee Design Studio. Today, we're here for a live stream. We are here for the Makers Quest 2026. So I'd just like to welcome everybody in. These are crafting sprints. Basically, we are going to focus on some of our projects, and that way we can make some progress, right? Because we all have those whips that we can't make progress on, or they've just been hanging around forever, and they get pushed further and further back with all the new things that we want to do. So we're going to be here for the next few hours, generally about 4 hours. We're going to chit chat for a little while, and then basically we will then go to a sprint and focus on what we're going to be working on, and then we'll come back, have a bit of a chit chat, so our mics go quiet in that aspect when we go to a sprint. So if you've never done them before, it is a great way to just hang out with some people. It's like going to a craft morning or afternoon, and you just hang out with us. And as I said, we chit chat for a little bit, and then our mics get muted and we go quiet and we focus for an hour on our given project. And then we come back, have a bit of a chit chat, talk about anything you want, ask questions, all that sort of stuff. And I have a myriad of projects that I could do on any given day. For the last couple of weeks, I've been doing some cross stitch. I've actually moved that out of the hoop, and I'm working on some embroidery today. So I am working on a project called the Birdsville Cushion. It is part of my slow stitching Saturday that I do every Saturday, Australian Eastern Standard Time. I put up a video. I'm on episode 28. So we're just working through this project together. But I thought today I would make a little bit more progress on it and work on it. 1, because I was running late. 2, because it was already set up. So it just made it nice and easy. So I'm just going to share across on the Discords and the socials that we're live and all the things. So let me just get out that one, because that's not the one that I want to be in. Crafty Corner. Can't talk and type at the same time, otherwise I end up typing what I'm saying. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from, and also what you might be working on. And if you're new here, I'd also like to know that as well. And I've just popped that up in there. For some reason, the Makers Quest thumbnail would not save on StreamYard. I do not know why. I have tried to change it so many times, but it doesn't want to do it for some reason. Right, there we go. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with that. I've been trying to get it to save. I had 2 that did that. And like when I look at it, like I go and back a house, it actually is has the Makers Quest thumbnail on it. Like I've uploaded it, but it just won't stay there. So on the channel, it comes up as my banner for some reason, and I have no idea why. It's driving me absolutely balmy. But anyway, it is what it is, right? And I'll be doing this every Thursday, and I had a message. I've been doing this every Thursday for the last couple of weeks, except for one day on a Tuesday. But I'm really enjoying it. I've actually made some progress, and I'm really happy with the progress that I've made. So right, just Kiwi, what is this progress you speak of? I am actually probably not going to put the comments up on the until we come back, and so I am going to have them up on the screen so everybody else can see them. Good morning, Jess. Welcome on in. As I said, let us know where you're watching from, and because we would love to see you. And let me just get this sorted. There we go. Just sharing across the thumbnail. And save channel. Who knows? Anyway, it is what it is. So now we'll go over to Facebook. I could have actually streamed this to Facebook as well, but I haven't done that for a long time. I probably should do that each week. So yeah, but anyway, I don't know. Do people still do that? Like, it's been a hot minute since I've done any streaming to Facebook and all the rest of it. I'm a little bit all over the shop today, so just bear with me for one moment while I get all this done. I was on time. I was up early. I had all the things, and then it just basically got away from me today. So I was just like, what is going on? Why is it not working? And all that sort of stuff. So yeah, anyway, I'm sure that I will get back on track. To be honest, I've had a huge 4 days, and so it is not oh, interesting. Post, it actually put up a different thumbnail when I shared it. It actually put up me as a live. So yeah. Anyway, anyway, let me just get out of that. So today, as I said, I am all over the place. I have had a huge weekend because it was Mother's Day. I had a huge couple of days down in Brisbane. I raced back yesterday to start work. I got up early, and then this morning I thought, yeah, I'll get to sleep in a little bit. No. Other people had other ideas, and a little kitten also had other ideas. So we are just going to get into some craft today. We're just going to cruise along, and hopefully you'll let me know what you're working on, and go grab a project. If you haven't, if you're new here, go grab a project. We're going to have a crafty session together and hopefully make some progress. So I always probably suggest that you go and grab your oldest whip and put some love into that. And then, yeah. So I have many whips. I have about 60. Actually, it's probably a bit less than that. I UFO'd some. About, let's say, we'll say 60 to be to overestimate, I guess. Cross stitch projects on the go. I have a crochet project on the go. I have a knitting project on the go, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 quilts on the go that need to be done, that I'm so close to finishing. It's ridiculous. And I also have some orphan blocks that I need to sort out, and I have a couple of wool felt embroidery projects, and I think I've got a couple of other needlework projects on the go as well. I lose track because I'm a crazy person and love to start all the things, and so I'm a serial starter and a chronic non-finisher. So that's why I pulled this one out, because this one is part of an episode that we do on a slow stitching Saturday, where I just put some stitches in for about between 40 minutes and an hour. I used to do it as a live stream. However, I haven't been doing that lately. I'm just doing episodes. And so, yeah, so I am looking forward to getting more into this one. And this is the project that I'm working on. You can get the pattern, I believe, over at Flying Kits. What is it? Flyingfishkits.com. It's a Wendy Williams one, and I have 2 of hers on the go. So I have this one and Round the Garden, which is a seasonal one, and I'm in the first quarter of that. And I've been working on that for nearly 3 years. So, yeah. I haven't been on for a while. Are you still on the book channel, or is it just the craft channel at the moment? No, I'm on the book channel as well, on both of those. Maria, it is, I think. So yeah, so I'm still on both of those for sure. Cookie has broken StreamYards. I think so, because everybody is having such a hard time at the moment getting stuff to work. And I think Brooklyn had her sprint end yesterday. and had to restart again, and it's just been difficult. So hopefully today we don't have that issue. All right. So Jess is actually going to be relaxing today. No sprinting, but reading through Lilac People. Nice. What is this progress you speak of? I know, right? I have a really annoying zit on the inside of my nose and it bloody hurts. Oh, I hate those. Oh, and you don't realize how much you rub your nose until you've got one of those in there, right? Hello, Christy. Welcome on in. Hiya. How are you? What are you working on today? Let me know in the comments. Yeah, I think you're right. Just Kiwi. Cookie. For those that don't know what Cookie is, Cookie Mayhem is a big, massive readathon that happens where we focus on our digital e-readers. But this year we added in physical shelf as well. So that is also in there as well. So you can go. That's something that's happening over on my book channel. I am escaping the Cookie train and hanging out here for a few hours today. Probably about 4. We usually go for about 4 hours and whatnot. So yeah. Maria is also here. Good morning, Nicole. Haven't been on for a while. Are you still on the book channel or is it just the craft channel? I'm doing both at the moment. So yeah. I basically have 2 videos a week going up, 1 live and 1 video going up. But in the next couple of weeks, I'll be starting to put tutorials up again. I just had a lot going on this month at the beginning of the month. So I have Savannah moving back home after being away at uni for the last for 3.5 years. So she's moving back home to do her last 6 months here. She's getting placement here as well. So she's got, she's on the final legs. Technically, with all the placement and holidays and all that sort of stuff, she's probably only got about 10 weeks left of actual uni and also placement. So 5 weeks of actual uni and then the rest is actually in the classroom. So, but she's sort of having a bit of a crisis. She's not sure that she wants to go into teaching. So we've decided to bring her home and then that way we can help her make a decision. But I think she's going to actually take a gap year because she didn't take a gap year and she has 5 years to utilize her credentials without them lapsing. At the end of the 5 years, if she wants to go into teaching, she'll have to do a six-month bridging course. And then she can go back into teaching again. So she'll have her degree and all that sort of stuff because we said, you're not quitting, not this close to the end. You can just finish it out. So bringing her home was the better option. So that's what we've done. This is this is for Makers Quest Sprints. So for those that don't know what sprints are, if you've not been in that situation before, we basically come together and we chit chat for a little while generally, but it depends on how much the chat is happening. And so we'll talk for a little while and then I'll change the angle of the camera. You'll have an overhead view of what I'm doing. That will stay up on the screen, but we'll mute our mics and we'll hyper focus on our project for an hour, come back, chat a little bit. Then we'll do that. We usually do that 3 times. So you get a good 3 hours into your projects. Hello, William. Welcome on in. I met this lovely gentleman the other day when I was in Brisbane. I decided to have the day off and just be on the internet and meet some new people. And My So-Called Life is a wonderful channel. We had such a great time on their live stream and I've just got to know them. And so welcome on in. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. We had a great time and it was really good. There was 4 people on screen. There was some craft happening, but mostly just chit-chatting with subscribers and people that they know. And I met a fantastic group of people that were very positive, very welcoming, no negativity. It's just absolutely fantastic. And they're a little bit loopy, just like me. So it was great. I think I found my people. So it was absolutely wonderful to meet. There was Jess. There was William, there was, I want to say, starts with S. I can't think. Anyway, there's a ton that I've actually, have gone and subscribed to their channels and I've been slowly watching them over the last couple of days and they're just fantastic people. So I will get their links and drop them in as the sprints go on today. So yeah, Christina's also here. For those that don't know, Christina is a moderator here and basically reminds us to feed ourselves and all the things that we need to do, and take your meds and all that sort of stuff, because we get carried away and we don't remember to take them. So make sure that if you haven't already done so, subscribe to the channel, hit that like button while you're down there, and don't forget to ring the bell to get all notifications. And Christina is a moderator over on BookTube as well for a lot of us streamers and whatnot. And StreamYard just ended Brooklyn's last night. So and it's always the way. As soon as you walk away from the computer, StreamYard goes, ha ha ha. You're not streaming anymore, or boots you out. And if it boots you out, then it'll end the stream. You usually got 5 minutes. So I periodically come in and check now, because no, I'm not getting it done like that. I've had it happen to me as well. Hey there, Jess Kookie from Christina. This is the co-host announcements and TBR playlist for anybody that's into books. Go and check it out. Christy says, I'm going to knit, I think. I've been going through my whip bags and frogging stuff that I know I'm not going to finish. I restarted a project last night because my color work stitches were too tight. That is a really good thing. So basically, if I did that it was probably about 8 months ago, maybe 9 months ago. I went through all of my cross stitch whips, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not loving this anymore. So I just moved it on to people. Just gave them, I didn't end up giving the threads because I work from a master box, but I gave them the pattern, and I gave them the start of it and all that sort of stuff, and told them what I was using and all that sort of stuff. So it was good. It was quite cathartic to get rid of that stuff, because it wasn't overwhelming to me, but it was there. Do you know what I mean? And it was just easier to get rid of it, and then I don't have to worry about that anymore. So I decided that I'm probably going to do that again mid-year, and every 6 months, just go through, see what I'm not feeling anymore. Like the quilts I've got up here are definitely ones that I want to finish. I moved on a whole heap of quilts. I gave a couple to Savannah to finish. For those that don't know, Savannah's my daughter. She's very crafty as well. I gave them to Savannah to finish. She finished them and sent them off to her friends. She used some of my orphan blocks and all that sort of stuff, and just got it out of the house, and then it wasn't hanging over my head. But I do have a row by row that I need to finish. And I've unlisted that. There is actually all the blocks have done, but it was originally for my Facebook group. And I'm thinking, it was from 2022. I'm seriously thinking of releasing that public, but I do have to finish the quilt first. And I have another one there. I think it was from 2021 that is also unlisted, but I'm thinking I'm going to re-release those as well. And put them out. So I will look entirely different because it was like 5 and 4 years ago. I have darker hair in the videos and all the things. So I'm actually seriously thinking of releasing those because they're actually really pretty quilts. One of them I've got a quilt. It's got to get onto the long arm machine. For those that don't know, down that little dark area down there is where, over that way, anyway, is where my long arm machine is. So I've got to get that up on the long arm machine and finish that. Now, we're not going to talk about the amount of quilt tops that I have. I have quite a number that I need to get done because I actually do quilting professionally. I don't get to quilt my stuff because there's always customer stuff in the queue and whatnot. So, but I went from being open to the public to just drop your quilts in to actually just having a client base about 2-3 years ago. And I'm slowly but surely getting, like I have theirs, and I'm slowly but surely getting through some of the quilts that I have there. That's all good. That's all good. Thanks for the update, says Maria. No worries. The Maker's Quest, a craftathon for 2026 is a year-long creative adventure for crafters everywhere, and the announcement is here. Go and check that out. Tallulah has put that together, and Tallulah's from the UK. So yeah, there's also the playlist and all the things, the Craft With Me productivity sprint list is there as well. Tanya's also here. Welcome on in, Tanya. How is it in your neck of the woods? What are you working on today? Just says radio. coffee and carrot cake time. Isn't that what you had for like midnight snack last night too? Must be damn good carrot cake. Thank you so much. We're a bit crazy, but we love sewing and quilting. Yes, very much my vibe. Very much my vibe. But Nicole, Shadow had Outback and came back and headbutted you and come back and woke me up as soon as it happened with Brooklyn. So it was only like for 15 minutes derailment. When I seen that, I'm like, oh, that'd be that's just because I would have just sent a message, rang Brooklyn on Instagram and said, hey, you've been kicked off. So yeah. Update, stray cat situation. I slept on the couch last night and caught him both times before he came in. And because of that, he just sat and waited outside the cat door. Shadow had our backs. Yeah. Excuse me. Hang on a sec. He never touched the bickies. Yay! Awesome on that. So yeah, I've got a little kitten here that I'm looking after for Brendan at the moment, and oh my god, it meowed and meowed and meowed this morning from 4:30, and I'm like, yo, no. I'm not setting that precedent. You can just wait. And then so I waited until I got up and I fed the other two cats and the dog, and then I fed it, and it's now quiet. I'm like, no, I am not setting that clock off for you to wake up at 4:30 every morning meowing for food. No, Brendan would kill me. So yeah, his cats do it at 6 o'clock in the morning, and that's bad enough, especially in winter. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. As I said, I am going to be working on the Birdsville cushion today. A lot of you have probably already seen it, especially if you watch my slow stitching Saturday. I'm going to just turn the camera off for a second, but you'll hear me still talking. I'm going to move the camera so you don't get sick and give you the overhead view, and then that way you can see where I'm up to. All right, so yes, I do have my Kooky avatar on there. Let me just change that because we're not in Kooky right now. We'll go to this one. There we go. So I do have everything sort of set up, but I've got to move the camera. So bear with me for just a moment while I do that. I don't want to make anybody sick. And of course, I've created a little knot in my lead here. So let's see if I can get that undone. Yes, I did. Awesome. All right. Now I do have a mark on this. Hopefully we won't be upside down. I think it's that way. Probably not. I've probably put it upside down. Let's have a look. No, we did not. Look at me go. Okay, let me just get it in position. All right, so this is what I'm working on. Which way are we going to go? This way. All right, I have to move over a bit. Let me move my coffee before that becomes a catastrophe. Move that over here. At this stage, it's cold coffee. Because I'm set up for filming here as well, I've got lots of different things around me at the moment, so I'm just going to get rid of those. I've got threads, all the things, and we'll get this a little bit more centered. We're going to go to our full screen in just a moment as well. So let me add the timer. This one here. There we go. And I think... so yeah, so you can see I've got threads and everything hanging around everywhere. These are all threads that I've got to finish off but today I'll be just working on some of the leaves. I'll probably end up moving this. I'm going to do some more on this bird that you can't sort of see, so I'll move it around. I've got a bird there, I've got some leaves and all that sort of stuff. So the camera will be getting moved around a little bit today, and I will have to rejig the hoop and all that sort of stuff as well. So on Saturday, I did this little bird and I started this. So I'm going to finish this off, and then I'm going to move on to some leaves and this flower and all the things. So, yeah, we're going to hang out for a bit. So basically what happens now is we're going to mute the mics. We're going to go to our first sprint. But before we do that, we'll just have a look and see what Jessica Kiwi's got to say. When I do my big Oz trip later, I will make sure to get an Airbnb with a kitchen, and I will make you some carrot cake. Nice. So, yeah, well, let me know where you are, and I'll come down and hang out with you if you want. That'd be pretty cool if we could do that. Catch up again. We always have a good time. All right. So basically what's going to happen is I'm going to mute the mics. We're going to start the timer. I'm actually just going to move that timer, I think, up into this corner here and just make it a wee bit tinier. There we go, because I'm not going to be up in that corner. So we'll move that there, and then that way you can see exactly what I'm doing. So yeah. Thank you so much. It is very cute. Coda made it for me. Of course, Coda made it for me, right? Let me just save that. There we go. All right, I just moved the timer. We've got an hour set, and thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It is coming together. When I've got to move the hoop today, so at some stage I will show you exactly what it looks like. I'll move the camera up a little bit higher, and you can see what I've done. But it's essentially, is this is what I'm doing. So this bottom bit here, I'm waiting to till I'm finished all of the stuff up the top, because this is pretty intense with embroidery, French knots, all that sort of stuff. So I'm probably going to have to make myself a Q snap for that, so I don't have to keep moving it, because once I get those French knots in, I don't want to damage them by putting them in a hoop. Okay, so yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. So I'm getting all of this top bit done, all the embroidery on there. There's a lot of red dots on this, but that's the background fabric on this, so just disregard that. So there's lots of French knots, long stitch, lazy daisies, all that sort of stuff. So the center of all these round flowers have a lazy daisy. They might have a little bit of whimsical cross stitch. They might have some zigzag stitch, long and short stitches, and all that sort of stuff. So it's very whimsical, and it doesn't have to be perfect. So yeah, as you can see from mine, it's just freehand. It's free form embroidery. There is no actual set pattern, so I'm not following anything at all. And you can see off there in the bottom of the corner, I've got a whole lot more to do. I've done some, I've done some of the leaves and everything. That's a fly stitch, but I've still got birds to do and some of these flowers to do. So we're going to focus on that today. You will just have to excuse all my long threads, because I finished that off after I'm off camera, and then that way I can get stuff done. So yeah. Tanya says, I'm hoping to enjoy some diamond painting. We'll see about that, as we are in the middle of our seeding our crops, and I'm constantly on call. Yes. So for those that don't know, Tanya is a farmer here in Australia. And correct me if I'm wrong, you're in Western Australia, right, Tanya? I'm pretty sure you're in Western Australia. I could be wrong. But yes, one of our farmers that we need most desperately to help feed us here in Australia. So it's absolutely amazing that Tanya gets to spend a little bit of time with us, even in her busy time of the year, because it's harvest as well for a lot of places, and then it's reseeding and stuff like that. We also have Corey here. Hello, hugging the like button, and it looks gorgeous. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It is a long-term project. This is actually going to be a wall hanging. I was going to do it as a cushion, but I don't trust my cats. Plain and simple. I just don't trust my cats. So yeah. But yeah, so I thought I'd put some more stitches in this. If you want to see more progress on this, make sure that you tune in or subscribe to the channel, and then every Saturday we have a little stitching session, and I'll just talk about what's going on and stuff like that. Sometimes we might be a little bit quiet. I might put a little bit of music there, and you can just stitch along with me. It just depends on my mood on the day on that. All right. I am going to mute the mic, put the banner up, so for those that join late, they know what is going on. Where is it? There it is. We're going to add that to the bottom. Okay, and we're going to go quiet for an hour and start the timer, and I'll see you all in 60 minutes. And if you do happen to join late, let us know what you're working on as well. All right, I will see you all in... I love it. When I have more time this summer, your backlog is going to teach me to sew. I'm so excited. Well, if you have any questions, Corey, by all means, reach out. I'm happy to help you with anything that I may not have explained very well in the videos, but I have lots of beginner videos, so you should be good to go. All right, let's start the timer and get this crafty morning started. Okay, we are back. That was our first sprint. I am going to change the time for 15 minutes. We can go a little bit longer if we need to. Let me just refresh that current segment. No, I want 15 minutes. What are you doing? Because I changed the wrong one. There is where I want. Okay, refresh. All right, I'll do that for next time. But anyway, yeah. So I'm caught up on that. We've got through our first sprint, and as you can see, I got a lot of the leaves done. There are threads everywhere right now. I'm having a bit of a conundrum with my needle, not threading properly. So I don't know what the heck is going on there. It just created itself a little knot. So I'm going to have to trim that off. And I'll deal with that needle later. I think there was a fluffy bit in the thread. Like, when you get those little knotty bits in your thread. So, yeah, I think that's what the problem was. So, yeah. All right. Let me just put this down and get this threaded first. And then I'll put it down and we'll continue on. Right, there we go. That is better. All right, let me get my normal glasses on because I work with my magnifiers not to strain my eyes. So I am just going to leave the camera on this angle so you can see what I'm doing. So I am working with the orange thread at the moment. I have all these threads to turn through. So yeah, I am going to shorten some of them though because I have enough to work with at the back. Just make it a little bit neater for me. That has a knot in it, so I'll get rid of that. And yeah, just make it a little bit easier to deal with. And it's not so messy then on that. So yeah, and I can get rid of that one as well. That up there. There we go. It's not as messy now. So you can see all the bits and pieces I've done. So I finished this one off already. So that's done. And I've moved over here and I got a lot of the leaves done. Doing the fly stitch on that. So they are all done. And we're going to get ready. I'm going to finish this one off. And so in the next sprint, I'm going to get ready to move the hoop. I mean, I could probably work on the bird a bit, but I'd like to do that at the same time. So I'm going to have to make myself a Q-snap because there's not enough material on the side to do the unless I sew something on it, but I don't want to have to sew something and then pull it off. So yeah, and like unpick it, but I might have to do that. So yeah, so I'm probably going to move that way, like over this side, for the rest, like for some of the leaves and stuff over is at this side. So I've got a fair bit to do over here. Again, I think I am going to have to add something on because I followed the pattern and all that sort of stuff for the tree, but some of these ones have ended up really close. So I want to, I'm sort of going to wait until Spotlight opens. I might just sew a bit of calico on it so I've got a little bit extra, but I can also just head down to Bunnings and possibly do make myself a Q-snap. It'll probably be a bit easier. No, let me just tighten this up because it's starting to get a bit loose on that. But as you can see, I have got this to do, and I can move it up a little bit and just get this section done, and then get the Q-snap, and then I'll be able to do it. So I've still got like the bird over here to do and some leaves. There's a lot of leaves and flowers still to do, but we are getting there. That's the main thing. That's all that matters, right? That we're getting there. Let me know in the comments how you went, and yeah, let me know what you're working on if you just joined us during that sprint. And yeah, let's have a look and see what everybody got up to. All right, Tanya says yes, they are in WA, which is Western Australia, and they're lovely farmers. Hello, Amberly, welcome on in. Hello, Jean, welcome on in. attending writing sprints. That's awesome. I had my coffee, got to page 36, and led someone onto the cookie train. Nicely done. Amber Lee says, I finished the 4th pattern repeat on this sock and realized I've been knitting the yarns over throughout the front instead of into the back this whole time. No, I'm going to call that a design feature. Yeah. You're just creating your own, right? That's all that matters. So yeah, so that's what I do. It's creative license, right? So yeah, and how is your spinning and stuff going? Have you been doing any of that? Yeah, let us know in the comments what you've been up to, because I haven't seen you for a while, Emily. So yeah. I am just slowly getting back into crafting and all that sort of stuff. I sort of took a little bit of time off because I was just feeling a little bit of burnout. There was a little bit of negativity. I just didn't want to deal with it. There was lots of reasons and all that sort of stuff, but I am back. I'm looking at doing some tutorials and stuff a little in the next couple of weeks. I've sort of just been sorting out my craft room, and I'm hoping to utilize some of the scraps I've got. So just seeing what I've got in the way of scraps and all that sort of stuff, that what I can create. So yeah, so that's sort of what I'm thinking about doing. So yeah, there's that. Anyway, you'll have to keep an eye out and see what I end up doing, because yeah, it's all in the planning stages. As I said, we've got Savannah coming home, and so we've just been focusing on that at the moment, and making sure that she's okay and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so I've got my threads everywhere, and I'm just sort of doing a little bit of an organization, because I know that I'm going to get them all if and whatnot. So yeah. So if you want to see some more progress on this after I've done this today, there will be a video going up on Saturday for Slow Stitching Saturday, and I'm working on this. I'm pretty much going to be just working on this on the Saturdays until I'm finished it. So, but we have Spotlight opening here in Kingaroy, and so I'm super excited about that, because I might be able to get some really nice autumnal fabric. I've got some here, but I just don't like it to go with this. So I'm thinking that I want to get something that maybe has like all of these sort of colors in it, like in autumn leaves or something. So yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. Thank you, Tanya. I appreciate that. It's been a long process, like especially I've pretty much taken a solid year off. It was about this time last year, probably April last year actually, that I decided I just needed to have a break, and I just took some time off. I've put up a video here and there, but that's about it. And then I've just got to, in the last couple of weeks, some family stuff has changed. And Savannah coming home, my flatmate, that he is like an adopted son, I guess, his girlfriend has moved in, and Brendan has decided that he's going to step away from the truck, and we're going to travel a little bit more. So I thought the best thing for me to do is during the winter months, we're going to really focus on everything and get ahead with videos and stuff like that, and whatnot. And there'll be some travel stuff coming of us traveling around different places and all that sort of thing, some camping stuff. And yeah, so you'll have to keep an eye out for that. We're actually building a van at the moment, doing some modifications to it and everything. So yeah, so we're going to be filming that and putting it up. And I got a bit inspired when I got in here and started tidying up, and I'm like, yeah, I could do some scrappy, I could just throw all the scraps out and that would be easy, but I thought I could do a heap of tutorials on how to use your scraps and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, I got a little bit disheartened. There were some nasty pasties around, and yeah, just I got a little bit disheartened last year and whatnot, and I just went, you know what, I just need to step away. I just don't understand why people need to be like that. So, but yeah, so I'm back and I'm feeling really good about it. As I said, I'm definitely putting up my slow stitching Saturday. Obviously, once I've finished this one, I'll move on to another project. I've got a hexagon quilt that I want to put together. So I'll probably do a couple of those videos. And yeah, I'm doing some crochet and all that sort of stuff. So I'll be slowly but surely. I've got a couple of different slow stitching projects on the go. So I'll be slowly surely getting those done. And then I've got the Maker's Quest every Thursday, which is the sprints where you're here for today. And yeah, and then I figured one video I should be able to do all that. So yeah. I need to get something on my wheel. Actually, I was thinking of doing that tonight as well. Nice. Ooh, I love scrappy projects. So do I. They're so satisfying. So basically, I'm going to, I've got a few ideas, very basic beginner stuff that can use up your scraps and all that sort of stuff. What are you going to do with the material when you're finished? This is going to be a wall hanging. But I, as I said, I am really close to the edge here because the piece of fabric that was supplied in the kit wasn't big enough. And so I'm just going to, I think I might just add a border on it and then I'm just going to frame it. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. On my second piece of carrot cakes, it's just a kiwi. Yeah, carrot cake, says Amber Lee. So nice, right? An exciting new chapter in your lives. Yes, yes. So we're going into, it's not semi-retirement. Well, I guess it is semi-retirement. So we're just going to be traveling during the summer months. Because Brennan is a workaholic and he'll keep working and keep working. But when I went to the UK at the beginning of the year and I come back, we went away for a week in the van. Like he done some stuff in the van so it was usable. And we both really enjoyed it. And I've always wanted to sort of do that sort of thing, just get in not a caravan, it's actually a like a delivery van. It's probably the best way to describe it. And like keep an eye out, Tanya, because there will be videos on it and whatnot. And so yeah, so but he really enjoyed himself. He just enjoyed hanging out on the beach. We went and bought ourselves some kayaks. We went camping at the dam, which is about an hour from us here, and we were out on the water on the kayaks. And he's not a water person at all or a beach person, but he said he just really enjoyed it. He was relaxed. There was no service out there, so the phone wasn't going off. And he's got to the point now where when the phone rings, he actually has a physical response to it. He actually tenses up. And we both agree that this is not good for his stress levels and stuff like that. So we made the decision that we're going to work our butts off during the cooler months, so autumn, winter, and spring. And then in summer, so 3 months, maybe 4 months of the year, we're going to be on the road. So yeah, so I have encouraged this, and Brendan is now building, like modifying the van. We've gone out a couple of times. We know what we want, what we don't want. The bed's really good. The interior, he's cleaned right up and it's just comfortable. You don't spend a lot of time in it. You're more outside it. It's perfectly serviceable right now. We could definitely travel in it, but we're just making it a little bit more comfortable and whatnot. So, so we're going to do that, but we're also going to share that experience with everybody as well. And yeah, and so that way we can, like, we've started this year with Brendan was a chronic junk food eater. I obviously eat junk food as well. I'm not an angel whatsoever, but I would say that 70% of the time, maybe 80% of the time, I'm pretty good, and then that 20% I sort of, binge, twisties and honeycomb and all that sort of stuff. But we've made a decision this year that no, we're not going to do that anymore. He's given up energy drinks, and he was terrible for energy drinks. He'd probably have 2 or 3 a day, if not 4. He's given up those. He's drinking more water. He's eating a lot more healthy. He's trying different things. He's lost an incredible amount of weight just from those changes. And he's feeling better about himself. So we don't go out for dinner. We don't buy takeaway. We cook all our own food, so we know what's going into it and all that sort of stuff, because, he's turning 50 this year. I'm 56 this year. within a couple of weeks of each other. And so basically we're just going to do that. So he is transitioning out of doing the towing, and he's backed it off to a couple of days. It's going to take a while to transition out, but we're hoping by summer that he'll be out of not doing the towing. And obviously we'll come back. Like, we won't be gone for a solid 4 months, but we'll come back. So in order to do that, we've got to work our butts off during winter, stockpiling videos and all that sort of stuff, and really knuckling down. And then that way we can bring in, like, I might be in a country town somewhere and there's a craft shop, so I can go in and do a little walk around and see what's there. And, maybe there's a quilt group or something that's, meeting up in a town that we're in. I can go and drop in on a day and do a little bit of filming and stuff like that. So it'll be things like that. And obviously there'll be, stitch with me's and stuff like that will get dropped in any projects that I want to go. But I'm only limiting myself to my Kindle and 2 physical books and 2 projects that I want to do. So one will probably be a quilt project, so probably something in English paper piecing that I can do by hand, and then maybe a cross stitch or 2 with me in 2 project bags, because we're limited for space. And so but I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to getting him away from the truck and all of that sort of stuff. And he so enjoyed himself, and he was like so keen to do it. So we're running with that right now. He is in the truck today, but he's got a big job today, which is just down to Brisbane and back. So it's not too strenuous on him, but yeah. Hey, Derry, how you going? Welcome on in. Derry's from New Zealand. Welcome in. I'm working on hubby as he is the same. Yeah, it's hard when they're workaholics. So yeah, it sounds like an excellent way to transition into taking better care of yourselves. Yes. I've always taken it a little bit slow and all that sort of stuff. I've been lucky enough for my husband to look after me and the family and be able to stay at home with the kids and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, the kids are grown now, so I'm really encouraging him to get out of the truck and stuff. Mentally taking care, yeah. My health, Terry says, my health to junk food ratio is probably the exact opposite. Just Kiwi. This is Derry. This is just a Kiwi. You are all in New Zealand, both booktubers. There you go. Just Kiwi is also a crafter as well. Maybe check each other's channel out. Derry is a huge a Realm of the Elderlings fan. Robin Hobb. And yeah, check it out. Seriously, I'm in shape. Round is the shape. True that. You never know. Hopefully we might get to meet up on the road. Well, grey nomading. Yeah, that's it, eh? Never know. That's exactly right. Hello to Jess Kiwi from Derry. I can honestly say that at least 2 to 3 days of my eating is very junk foody. Yeah, I haven't been able to eat junk food for a long time. Like, I do eat it, but I do suffer the consequences for it. So if I have honeycomb, I'll end up with heartburn. If I have twisties, I'll end up with heartburn. So it just depends whether I want to do the heartburn thing or not. So for the most part, I try to stay away from that. I very rarely drink like fizzy drinks or anything like that. The only time I usually drink a fizzy drink is if I'm having a gin. But I do drink like soda water and stuff like that. Mineral water rather, sorry. Homemade junk food, but still, yeah. Like, there's certain things that I make as well, but I'm trying to make them a little bit more healthier and stuff like that. So substituting butter for applesauce, all that sort of things, just getting rid of some of that fat out of the diet and whatnot. But for the most part, I just eat healthy on that because I'd rather not have heartburn, to be honest. So yeah, it's a bit like that. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. I'm going to set the timer again. I have no idea what time it is. It's 11 o'clock. Yep, that will get us to 12. And then, and then we'll be finished. We've got another 2 sprints, so stick around, get some crafting in. I probably manage about 90% healthy, 10% ice cream and cheese. Yeah. I'm probably up there now, but if I would say at the beginning of the year, I was probably at 80% healthy, 20% unhealthy. But then it depends what you deem as unhealthy. So for me, unhealthy might be, you know, eating dip like a tzatziki dip or a hummus dip with some rice crackers. This is not a healthy choice. Like I would rather, I should have a piece of fruit rather than that, or have some hummus, which is a high protein thing, with some carrot sticks or celery sticks or something, but I opted for the biscuits instead. I don't buy a lot of junk food on that at all, that because I just rather not get the heartburn. I go through phases of baking loads of stuff and then months of not, but it means I have a freezer full of ready baked biscuits mostly of the time. Most of the time, yeah. I may or may not be back. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. That's fair enough. I feel the same way. Got woken up at 4:30 this morning. Was not impressed. It's all a journey, and everybody is different. That's exactly right. Joe says, napping for the win at Just a Kiwi. One of my favorite hobbies. Mine too. I love a good nap. And my naps usually are like a 2-hour nap. So yeah, I'm going to be working on my reading journal. I'm still finishing April. Well, you're in the perfect spot. We're doing our sprints here and we're working on all things crafting. So whether that is coloring in, reading journals, embroidery, fancy stitches, like what I'm doing here today, cross stitch, whatever you want to work on, whatever you deem as a craft. Yeah, you're more than welcome to hang out with us. And yeah, all right, I'm going to bring the timer back up. It's up in the top corner there, and we're going to start that, and we'll be back in an hour. Happy crafting. Oops, sorry, I couldn't find my mouse. I was trying to find it. Oh, so yeah. Because I don't know what the code is to unmute. Oh, Control D. There we go. And I'm too far away from the computer. So we let me just get rid of that banner. We have just done another sprint. I moved the hoop, as you probably would have seen if you were watching the screen. And I'm just looking at this, and I feel like I need to put some more leaves in here, but I might just get the embroidery down and the flowers done, and the embroidery on that, and then go from there. It just seems like the two sides of the tree have got a lot more leaves in it. So yeah, I might have to just lay it out and take a photo and just see if I need to add any more in there, because sometimes when you got things in the hoop, it can look like you need more stuff, because yeah, there's just some like real negative space up here. Like, let me just have a look, just up here, like that doesn't look like there's much there. And there's no flower there either, so I may be able to put another flower, maybe one of these little ones or something. So yeah, I'll get all the embroidery done and have a look at it outside the hoop, and see how I go with that. But it is coming together, as you can see on either side. So yeah, let me just pop it out of this for a second. You'll probably be able to see it a bit better. So yeah, all right, move the mouse, so you can see there that. See, it looks like it's got more hanging out over this side, like on this side here. Just go up a little bit so you can see a bit more. Move that out of the way. Move that out of the way. So yeah, like that's, you can see there's the top. And there's a lot around these flowers. We've got birds and all that sort of stuff. Got a lot here. There just seems to be a bit of a gap here. So maybe I was meant to be putting another flower maybe in there. But I feel like it needs some leaves, perhaps. Yeah. I don't know. But anyway, I'll get all the embroidery done and then I'll just go from there. I'll pull it out. So, yeah. It doesn't, like it does and it doesn't. So, I don't know. Hang on. Let me just take it out of the hoop. It might be a bit easier. It's not hard to put it into the hoop. So, yeah, I suppose once it's out of the hoop, it doesn't look so bad. That it's not, yeah, maybe just one or two here, maybe. I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Because once the embroidery's there, I think it'll be fine. So, yeah. Anyway, that is what it looks like outside the hoop. Yeah, no, when you look at it, that's why I said I'll have to take it out of the hoop and have a look at it, stand back, take a photo, and all the rest of it. So, yeah. I think it's just because there's the birds in here. And, I mean, I can probably put another leaf there, maybe once the embroidery's on there, maybe bring the French knots out a little bit further. So you can see over here, there's all French knots around. You probably can't see it. Let me just bring it down. I'll just move the camera. So you can see there's all those French knots around them. So once that is around it, I think that will be a bit better. It'll fill the space out a bit, and I might just bring them out just a touch further and give it a little bit more dimension. So maybe out an eighth, or also, I mean, probably this one will have to be an eighth because we get close to this one over here. So yeah, I can play around with it. I can add some embroidery. In worst case scenarios, and I add in a couple of leaves, and then it's done. So yeah, but it is coming together, and I've got a ton of embroidery to do down here. There's a garden that goes all right along, and yeah, but it is coming together, and that's all that matters, right? I love it. It's going to be awesome up on the wall. It's going to be a nice wall hanging that I'm doing. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that. All right, let me just get this back into, where was I, down here? So I'll just put that there, and we'll get this back in the hoop. Doesn't take too long to put into the hoop, which is good. Right. I have another massive piece like this that is called Round the Garden by Wendy Williams. It's a seasonal one, and so it's absolutely huge. It's I think it's like 65 inches by 65 inches square. It's one that will end up being a quilt, I'd say. I'll end up doing it as a quilt. So yeah. Let me get this back in. But it's so big. Like, I've got so much embroidery to do on it. So yeah, it's going to take me a while to do it, I reckon. All right, let's spin that light around. Bring this down a little bit closer. There we go. There we go. It's not blowing out now. So yeah, I've got a couple of leaves to do. I've got a couple of, I'm working with the red at the moment, so I've got these 2 red ones, and then I've got 2 dark green ones, and then I'll be starting on the flowers. So yeah, it is coming together. It's just, yeah. But see, when I put it in the hoop, it looks like it's got like a lot of negative space, but when it's out, it doesn't. So weird. All right, let me just pull that out and put that up here. So I've got 4 more red leaves to do, so that's good. So that's, there we go. Let me just get that a bit closer over here. Sorry, I shouldn't have moved the camera or the frame. So yeah, there we go. Should be able to see all that. You can see my nice little mess that I've got happening over here. I am such a messy crafter when it comes to embroidery. I end up with these birds' nests everywhere. So yeah, let me get there. And I've got over this side, I've got a heap of threads as well. Like, it's just everywhere. So yeah. Let's move it that way. There we go. It's a bit centered there now. Let me just add the, yeah, there we go. That's good. Yeah, so I just felt like when I was looking at it, it looked like it had some missing, but it's fine. I almost finished April, just writing the last bit for my thoughts on pride and premeditation, and then I'll start catching up on May. Nice. I love it when you get ahead. It's so good. Hey. I had dinner and got about halfway through the 5th pattern repeat. Nicely done, Amber Lee. Derry says, now it doesn't look like it's missing much at all. Maybe a big bird at the top. Yeah, maybe I could probably put it. There's a little bird, like a little orange one that I could probably put in there. It's small enough, or even the little blue one would probably fit in there. And that may be what I was going to do. Because, yeah, it did feel like, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we go. Yeah, it's only a wee gap at the top that needs filling, yeah. You're right. Adding the dimension and the detail will give it more. That's exactly right. Thank you so much, Derry. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jean. The mess makes me feel like my mess is normal. I can create such a storm in here. Like, I'll come out and go, holy crap, what the hell was I doing? So, yeah. I also already finished 4 books for May, and I'm getting my thoughts down now. That means I won't forget these. Nice. I am currently reading Christmas at Silverberry Hall, which was a NetGalley arc from 2024. So I'm getting rid of that, and I've only got about an hour or 2 to get to go. I think it's 2 hours to go on that. I'm listening to that while I craft. So yeah, and that will be my 14th book for this month. Just write a review and delicately didn't say that it needed an editor. You know, like, I don't think there's anything wrong if you put in constructive criticism. You know, you can say things like, you know, it was really well done, all that sort of stuff, but I feel like it probably could have had a little bit more finesse. Or something along those lines. So yeah, well, Jean, well done, Jean. That is an act. Yeah, it is hard. It's hard when you want to just say, "Hey, send this back to the editor." I was reading one yesterday, and they spelt soldier wrong on one line, and soldier was right on the next line. It's like, oh my goodness. Derry says, I've got about a third of the latest Dungeon Crawler Carl. Excuse me, book on audio. Nice. I have not started reading them yet. That everybody, just about everybody I know is reading them, which is quite funny. And I am not. So yeah, but I will eventually read them. I'm not too sure when though. I will get them to them one day for sure. Are you enjoying it? Hopefully you are. This is just like a the Strawberry Hill one is like just like a cozy little story. No. Yeah, it's like a cozy story. So we're in an English countryside. The two older characters are 75. They're great friends, and they've one of them has just recently lost their husband. And every year they have this Christmas festival, like Christmas party. And this year they're trying to make it as big as possible because in honor of her husband. And you know, there's some best friends, and the best friend is playing matchmaker, and it's just an easy story to listen to while I'm crafting. Nothing too complicated, nothing too literary. I often read cozies and stuff when I'm out in the sewing room, or if I'm into a epic fantasy or something like that. That I've already, you know, read the first 2-3 books, whatever the case may be, and I'm just in that world. I'll grab the audiobook and go for it. So yeah. There's so many authors who generally appreciate actual feedback. They'll appreciate it, Jean. Yeah, that's exactly right. They will. But it's hard. Like it is hard because you don't know where that person is and all that sort of stuff. It can make it a little bit difficult. So yeah. All right. I started Dungeon Crawler Carl in September 22, and by November 22, I had read all of the 6 available twice. With this new release, I've read the series 7 times before starting this one. Wow. Oh, they're in Australia, are they? Yeah, I have just about everybody has said that. Go for the audio, which I probably will, because a lot of people have said that it'll be good for just in the, like, while I'm crafting or something like that. So yeah, I don't know when I'm going to pick them up. I've got so much on the go at the moment. I'm currently reading the shortlist for the Women's Prize nonfiction, and the Booker will be announced soon, and I want to get to the shortlist of the international Booker as well. So I've got a lot of reading to do. Plus, I'm also doing the readathon for Kooky Mayhem right now, and then next month is my best me's readathon called Gay Shit. He's running that, so I've got that. So I am trying to, this month I'm actually doing a book a day, and most of them are Neckerly arcs. So yeah. Afternoon, Deb. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. You're crocheting today? Nice. Just kidding. Oh, about them being in Australia? Oh, they're not? Okay. You're crocheting? Nice. You already know how much I love Robin Hobb. I love Dungeon Crawler Class as much, even though they couldn't be more different. Wow, that's exciting. I love that you reread all the time. I think that's absolutely fabulous. Like, if you want to know anything about the realm of the elderlings, Derry is the go. There are videos that you can go and check out, and whatnot. I, however, have only read the first three. I have not got to the rest because of all the other things that I've got going on. Um, so yeah, no worries. No worries, Derry. Got the 50% on Echo. Yay! I went down to 53 for 52. And with what I've read so far this month, it's got me back up to 54%. So I'm pretty happy about that. I'd like to get up at least to 56 maybe by the end of the month. I should get up to that because I only need 35 to get to 60%. So, and I'm reading pretty much all I'm reading right now is arcs. I've got 3 more to go from the women's prize, and one of them is an arc. So there's only 2 more books on my to be read this month that are not arcs. Everything else is an arc. They are in Australia, but that is neither a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, that's fair. This is the highest I've ever been. Nice. Well, it's only up from here. So yeah, I, however, got approved for Bromantasy today, and Coda just sent through a picture saying I did not. Oh no. So yeah, that sucks. But anyway, guess I'm reading Bromantasy on my own. So yeah. I also decided not to post the review on Instagram. Yeah, like, you can be selective. I don't post all of my reviews, and I don't talk about all of the books. However, I will mention them on sprints and stuff like that. So, not every book is going to be golden. That is, an arc. It's like, there's hundreds of books at least 100 books that I haven't talked about on my channel, if not more, on that, or on Instagram or anything. So yeah. That's awesome, guys. Has anything stood out as something you want to shout out from the rooftops about? Well, we have some readathons going. So, like, Kooky Mayhem is a digital based where we focus on our e-readers. And we do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week sprints over on the BookTube channels. There's 20 channels that are actually part of this. It is the brainchild of myself, and I have a sidekick that helps me out, Coda from Coda Means Friend, your BookTube bestie. And yeah, we've got lots of things happening over on the BookTube channel. And then we have NetGalley November, obviously in November. But Coda is putting together a readathon next month for the first time called Gay Shit. So everything is about reading gay books, LGBTQIA plus books. So that is happening, and I'm not 100% sure how many people are actually participating as co-hosts at this point. I will be one of them. Coda will obviously be one. I think Jessica Kiwi is one. I forget. There's Paula, DD. There's quite a number of us from around the globe that will be participating in that. There's a Discord and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. There's lots of things happening. I have a request for Bromantasy, but they have not decided yet for me. I only got approved today, and Coda only just got this through now, so they must be going through their requests now, Jean. I only just discovered a Kiwi author who has a whole series of Romantasy already out, and I'm having so much fun with it. It's the Nevermore Bookshop Murder series. Nice. That's awesome. I have seen the readathon announcements. I'll try to prioritize checking them out. Awesome. Thank you, Derry. I appreciate that. I mean, I know it's not for everybody, but I have so many books on my Kindle. And I also have a Kindle Unlimited subscription that I hardly ever focus on. So it's a dedicated May to be that spot. And this one is what I'm doing right now is called the Maker's Quest. And it was put together by Tula from Cherry Blossom Crafts in the UK. And so I do this every Thursday over here, a lot of crafting and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. And there's a whole ton of booktubers and crafters that do these Maker's Quest sprints. So yeah, Johnny come lately because I was in the UK for the beginning of the year. So I've only just started doing it this month, at the end of April and this month. So yeah, so we're hoping that it gets a little bit more exciting for people. So yeah. All right, let's bring the timer back up again, and we're going to run it for the last time, and that will then we will be wrapping up. So this will be the last sprint, but we will be back again next Thursday for another sprint. And of course, I have my slow stitching Saturday going up this week, and keep an eye out for more videos that pop out. And the best way to do that is subscribe to the channel, to all notifications, and that way you won't miss out on anything. This series is great for bingo prompts. The author is blind. Her female main character of this is also blind. It is time travel, reverse harem, mental health issues, and forensic science. Oh my God, it ticks all the boxes. Excuse me. Wow. The Nevermore Bookshop Murder Series. Well, who is the author? Drop that in the comments as well. All right, let's start the timer, and I'll see you all when we come back. Okay, we're back from our last sprint. Remove that timer. I managed to get that flower done in that sprint. So yeah, just sort of playing around with it a bit, just because we had that little bit of negative space there, and I thought if I fill it a little bit out with the flowers, make them look a little bit fluffier, it might work a little bit better. Got all the leaves done, which is good. And that flower, I think I might just leave that flower for now, and then work on the bird and this bottom flower here as well. Let me just get rid of that banner. That was our last sprint. So yeah, we are finishing up and whatnot. So so I'm going to do this one will have some different embroidery on it. And yeah, so I'm sort of taking what the like the suggestions, but I added this in, like this bit here I added in. The French knots weren't part of it either. I've got some with lazy daisies in it and some with French knots. Some have like this one here, the center of it is just all long stitches with a little couple of little running stitches in the center of the green. This one I did earlier, I don't know if you can see it or not, but that's got French knots and a lazy daisy. This one's also got the same sort of thing. This one down here has long stitches and short stitches on it. I haven't finished this one. I'm actually got to do some French knots around the outside, and I think I'm going to put some French knots in the center there as well, and maybe some long stitches like this one here. So I'm just playing around with it. I've still got this flower to do. This one's got a zigzag, and I've still got some stuff to do on that one, like some French knots and whatnot. So I just moved the hoop because this was right down the end. So this is going to have the same treatment as this one. And yeah, we'll just go from there. And this one I started the French knots, and I've got to get back into those. So yeah, some of them, the bottom ones all have lazy daisies in the center. The tree ones have a mixture. We'll end up having a mixture. So yeah. But it's been another fabulous day. I've got a fair bit done. I'm going to take this out of the hoop now and give you all a look, because I think I'm going to go down to the hardware store and get some piping and make myself a new Q-snap for this, so I don't have to keep moving it, because there are more and more French knots getting on it, and I sort of don't want it to get damaged. I've made a nice little mess here. So yeah, let me just take the hoop off. Get rid of that. I've got to thread all the threads through as well. I don't flip my work while I'm live streaming. I do it when I'm finished. And I didn't do it the other day when I filmed this. So I'm going to prep this in because I've got to do film a stitch with me with it. Well, not a stitch with me, a slow stitchings that day. So yeah. So got lots of little threads to get rid of on that, but I'll just move the camera so that you can get a better look at it. Sorry for the motion in the ocean. So yeah, it is quite a large piece. So as you can see, we've got, so I can get that out. We've got a little peacock down there. We've got that bottom garden, and then there's a whole heap of embroidery that goes through underneath the tree as well that I've got to do. So I've still got to do some leaves, get the embroidery on that, but you can see where I'm at. But when I got the kit and I followed the instructions to put the tree on there, it got very close to the edge on both sides. So you can see here, like I've got less than an inch here on this side, the same as on this side, and also up the top. So I'm gonna, this is getting framed and put up on the wall. So what I was thinking of doing is just getting some like autumn leaves or something in fabric. Yeah, so I think that that's what I might do, and then that way I can put it in a hoop, and I can, or into the Q-snap rather, and then I'll be able to get these edge ones, because as you can see, they're really close to the edge. And there's French knots on them, and I need it to be in a Q-snap or a hoop so I can do the French knots, because you need two hands to do French knots. as you would have just seen. So it's a tricky one, but sorry about all the movement. But yeah, I think it's going to look stunning once it's all done. Like, we've got the birds. There's still some embroidery that's got to go on the birds and little bits of felt and all that sort of stuff. I sort of freestyled this one a little bit. Let me just bring that down a bit closer. So this one here, like, we've got a guideline on what we're supposed to do, but I'm just sort of playing around with it and just putting whatever I want on it now and just freestyling it, rather than, you know, like, it gives me some stitches to work from and all that sort of stuff. But I just think that this could be so much more because it's going to be a wall hanging. So yeah, so like this one here could probably have a little bit more fluffiness to it. So I think this gives it a little bit more, you know, like a flower. I was thinking of maybe putting another long stitch in between each of those and just making it like a little bit more of a blossom. So yeah, so a Q-snap is what we use in embroidery and also cross stitch. So it is, let me just grab you something to show you what it is. So this is what they call a Q-snap. So this is my cross stitch piece that I've got on the go at the moment. I'm just waiting on some, the reason I'm not working on it is because I'm waiting on some floss. So let me just, so this here, where are we? Let me just have a look. So this over here is a little snap that goes on to, so it's a half pipe, and you put the fabric in and it wraps around another little tube, and you just snap it on. So it snaps on, and then you can get the tension that you need in your cross stitch. But but this is too small. It's not big enough for the piece that I'm working on. So I need to go and make one. And I've got a tutorial on the channel where you can actually make one from heading down to Bunnings or a hardware store and getting some plumbing pipe and whatnot. I have to check to see. I might actually have some plumbing pipe here, so that's why I haven't gone and got any yet to make one, because I need it to be, I think this is around 35 inches. No, it'll be more than that. So what is it? 12 inches is 30 centimeters. Yeah, it's about 35 inches wide, square, actually 35 inches square. So I need to get something that's big enough to do that. And then what that does is it means that I've got a bigger area to work on, and I don't have to move the Q-snap as much. So that's sort of what I'm thinking of doing. But it is coming together. Like, it is adding its little pop of colors and stuff like that. So as I said, I've still got like wings to do on the birds. There's still a lot of embroidery. So you'll get to see this again on Saturday on how far it will go. Yes, you can use a scroll bar. I do have scroll bars here, but they're not big enough again, so that's why I'm going to have to make one. I would prefer to have it in a scroll bar, but again, I still have to move stuff. So yeah, it is a big piece. It's absolutely massive. So yeah, that's sort of what the plan is at the moment. I'm going to just, keep doing that and working on it and slowly work my way through. I could probably get a smaller hoop, but again, I don't know if it'll fit on there. So we'll just have to play it by ear and see what happens, I guess. Okay, so the author is Stephanie Holmes. Book 1 is A Dead and Stormy Night. Nice. Thank you for letting me know. Hello. Welcome on in. Hi Nicole, love the details on the flower. Are you I am freestyling. But there is a guideline, but I've pretty much stepped away from that. I tried embroidery a million years ago and could never get the hang of making French knots. They always disappear on me. You make it look easy. I actually do have a tutorial on how to do them. A lot of people go down in the same hole that they come up in. You actually have to go 1 or 2 threads away from where you've come up when you go down. and you've got to not do too much pulling on them, or otherwise they will pop through because they'll break the thread of the fabric. But if you just go gentle, it'll actually go really well. And you can do different size French knots. It just depends how many times you wrap around the needle. But there is a tutorial on my channel on showing you close up on how to do a French knot. If that's something that you want to do and learn, you can go and check it out. Of course, there's also colonial knots as well, which I don't know if I'm doing French knots or colonial knots. I can't remember what the difference, because one's a figure 8 and one's a wraparound. So I think I'm actually doing colonial knots there, which are easier than French knots. Let me just have a look. Oh, so no, I am doing French knots. Colonial knots are figure 8s. I don't like colonial knots. So even if it asks for a colonial knot, I'll always use a French knot. Same, but slightly different. So yeah. I'm feeling inspired enough that when I am finished in my journal, I might fish out my cross stitch. I've nearly finished an intricate image of a girl sitting on a dragon reading a book for ages. Yes, do it. Pull it out. Come back next Thursday and hang out with us, because, you know, we're here every Thursday working on this and whatnot. So, yeah, we'd love to have your company, Derry, by all means. Each of those details make the hanging even more stunning. Thank you so much. So all the leaves have got fly stitch on it. Really easy to do. And unless you have a brain fart and you can't remember how to do them because it's been a hot minute, like I did earlier. And I'm like, no, that's not how you do it. Like, there's several different ways you can do it. You can still get the same look of it, but the proper way to do it is, you know, people expect to see the different things. So yeah, done properly. Wow, that is beautiful. Now I can just imagine how stunning it'll be when you're finished. Yeah, there is a lot to it. Like here's actually what the pattern that I'm working off. Like, so we had a picture, like we got the bits and pieces for the birds, but this fabric actually has red dots on it, so it looks really busy. I actually prefer the fact that I don't have red dots on my fabric. But you can see down here, we have a ton of embroidery that I still got to do down along the bottom. And all those little circles are all small pieces of felt that I've got to put on there. So I still have a long way to go. I'm just focusing on the top right now. And yeah, so I'm just playing around. So you can see there is French knots around. I don't know if you can see it or not, but there is French knots around some of them, and they're quite full of details. So, but I'm not following the details. It's very basic in the pattern. So I'm just sort of going for it, and I could work on this for a long time before it's finished. Whoops, sorry about that. Camera's a bit close. So this is, I like this one. I like the look of it. I like the fact that I've got the French knots. It's quite tactile. I could probably, as I said, I can make it a little bit more fluffier by putting a couple more stitches in there. So yeah. Is the color true, Nicole? I can't tell if it's taupe or grey. It's actually taupe. It's like a taupey color. So yeah, it's like a beigey sort of grey based taupe. It is. I would say it's a grey based taupe. That explained what the Q snap was. I finished the leg of my sock. Yahoo! Going to read for a bit now before I fall asleep. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for being here, Amberly. Make sure that you come and check us back out next week and finish off your sock, or maybe do some spinning. Love to have you here. What are you reading, Amber? Yes, what are you reading, Amber? Adding your own details makes it so much more your own creation. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like originally there wasn't these orangey ones or these bright green. Like they're actually quite a bright green. They're not showing true to color on the camera. Maybe if I got down a bit closer, you can see it's a little bit brighter. That they weren't in it, and I added them in. And then there's a red, there's a dark red, and then there's like a vermilion fire. Where is it? That one there. I added those in. So I did actually add more leaves into this because it was very sparse. Let me just get that to focus. It was very sparse, and I think just filling it in, having a wall hanging. Yeah. I had no idea what it was called, but I have one. There you go. Yeah, so if it's got dowel in it, it's usually a scrubber. If it's a plastic tubing with a snap on it, it's a Q snap. I don't know yet, Derry. I finished a short story collection yesterday and I haven't picked up anything else yet. Nice. I even swap out plastic pipes for wooden dowels. Yeah, you could do the same thing. It is a big piece. It is a massive piece. I'm leaning towards the Incandescent by Emily Tesh or Shadows of Self by Sanderson. I suspect my library will want them both back very soon. French knots always intimidate me too. Just hearing that they should rest on the fabric rather than be tight tells me where I've been going wrong. Yeah, like you do put a bit of tension on them, like so they're not wobbly or anything like that, but you don't pull too tight. And I do have, as I said, I do have that tutorial that you can go and check out where I slow it down, and you can check it all out nice and slow. It was ages ago, so if you search my channel French knots, it'll come up. I probably should start my next kooky read though, and now that I think about it, it's a good idea. I only have an hour left of my book for today, so I'm doing a book a day this month, except I'm only doing 30 and 30 on that. So yeah, I've got a lot of weaving to do in the back as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting all that woven through and done, and then I can set up. I won't film until later on today or tomorrow, but then I can set up for filming that. So I do have some other scroll bars here, so I might see if this fits into them. I don't know how I'm going to go, but we'll see. All right, we have got to the end of the comments and of course the end of the sprints today. I will be back next Thursday for more crafty goodness. Please do hit that subscribe button and the little bell icon beside it, and then that way you can join us next week, because we'd love to have you, and you can focus on some of your crafts. Derry, you need to pull that cross stitch out and join us next week as well. I'd just like to say thank you so much to everybody for joining me today. I really do appreciate it, and of course I will see you all in the next video. Bye for now.